Okay, I'm streaming. How's that?
Switch this one off.
Is it
Yeah.
working?
Turn that one off. I'm streaming from this one.
From our new one?
Yeah.
Yippee!
I'm a genius.
I know, we're lucky to have you.
But this is
And
on.
I'm deadly serious, right?
This is off.
Deadly serious that I'm a genius.
I feel deadly serious about my luck in having you and Jennifer and Brendonis.
You have a very good team.
And Daniela, who comes where she can.
Yes.
Thank God. Here we go.
I love looking at beauty.
Exit.
Good.
Does that stop it?
Welcome to your rain back. Wow, I hope it is. Okay, does this machine have sound? To test, we shall go to my website. Do you know about this website? Let me show you what my website is.
Thanks, Jude.
You know, I've got to park in my car park. There was nowhere for me to park. I reversed out to the Jason. I had nowhere to go.
No,
Nowhere.
it's understandable.
That's what they did. They made a situation so that a person who moved out of, who was double parking somebody else in, when I moved out, had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
That's how they leave my situation for my guests, and for me, and for anybody else coming here.
Yeah. So look, we can try to make sure the guests are
And that
safe.
was never part of the deal. No. They
No,
were
no,
meant to
you
do
guys
this
discuss
stupid
it
night.
tomorrow, eh?
Yeah.
Sort it out with them, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Jens, you always get my frustration. And it's nothing to do with you. You're absolutely right. Right, here we go. That's that. Hello. Fine, thank you. I've moved it. Thank you.
That's very interesting. Safari doesn't like it. Safari like my awesome website.
How are we doing, as a matter of interest, Jono? How are we doing with our days, 8, 9, 10?
We are almost done with 8. We've 9's done. All the other days are done. It's just
10.
uh,
10 to go.
is this 10?
There's hardly anything on 10 because that was my last day.
Okay, so she hasn't done anything on
So I
10.
left at 12ish.
I was actually gonna start after this with I'm just finishing off that one where the guy does the big envoy or whatever to America. He does a press conference. He actually says some very interesting things there.
Yeah.
One very interesting thing about America. He talks about America and they say, is there anything above this climate change? He says, yes, if we don't do anything or something now, our storms are going to get worse. And he was explaining the storms and the droughts in America, and it's all climate. And he says it's all climate related. So it's quite a statement by a very high up politician in America.
Hello, Pierre.
I can't find it. I had to shut the water again with another pipe that is broken.
Yeah, am I correct?
Yes, I had to shut this water.
Do you think we really need to repipe the
meantime, it's a
Isn't
feeding
that a
pump
cat
for
that
you.
just like wants to be with people all the time?
Otherwise, I
and
would have
sleeps
covered it long time ago. I thought it was an old irrigation pipe. Like,
Was it leaking?
yeah, it was squirting out. I can done. Jens called me to say it here. So I'm just going to get this stuff.
Okay, Peter, are you very busy today?
Yeah,
Do you want to wait for
I'm
tomorrow?
waiting. That can't wait. Otherwise, you won't have water.
Okay, now I'm talking about waiting for something else for that I want to talk to you about. When are we getting onto our other site again?
I think Monday.
I don't know. I'm going to have a negotiation with those people tomorrow.
Yes.
They said they were going to shoot this scene at 11 o'clock at night to make it look like it was daylight.
Yes. Oh, okay. So I think you've got to speak to them. Okay.
Okay, so at last we have Chrome on here. That's better. There's my site. What is Judy's favorite music?
Lots.
Is it yours?
This is my site.
What's it
Music.partyza.com, but I'm going to change it to stream. Okay, let's go to.
That's very cool.
It is very cool. Trust me. Let's go. Let's play some instrumental because we're all in a instrumental, lovely mood for creativity, and. Oh, careful, Bill. You're going to get a headache.
Let me ask you a general knowledge
There
question.
we go.
Are you ready?
Me?
What is Debussy's first name?
The?
Debussy.
Debussy.
Debussy, the composer. Does anybody know?
Debussy.
I want
I
to
have
see
no
something French. Then I can like you with the
And
first
what
name.
about Bach? What is his first name?
But,
Names.
Hey, say it's good to see you all.
I can sound.
you can see. Cheat.
Yeah, Johann Sebastian.
Johann Sebastian.
Really?
And what's Beethoven's first name?
Achilles,
no.
Achille Claude Debussy.
I only knew Claude.
Achille
Ludwig van
Claude
Beethoven.
Debussy.
And this is all from my site. What do you think?
So is it like
18 million songs in Ray.
is it like 8 tracks?
Hmm?
Is it like 8 tracks?
Well, it's all streaming like this. It's streaming off YouTube. So I get all my information that I want, all off Spotify, Last.fm, all that stuff. But everything is grabbed off YouTube, and it's streamed straight through to here.
And you
And
don't even have a storage problem.
I don't have a storage problem. I don't have a legal problem. I'm streaming off YouTube. I don't download the content and keep it on my server. So it's no. You know, you get those things where you got to pay millions of dollars. I don't need to do that. And that's why. But I have to show the player on the site. So it's in the little corner there. I've got a section here where if you want the lyrics of a song, you can click on the lyrics and it'll show you the lyrics. All that kind of stuff. You'd be amazed what's on
Will I
there.
be able to use those things?
Well, if you say, can you download this for me, yes, I could download this for you. I can use that piece of the backtrack because I don't do it every night.
Yeah, but then it always appear with the sort of
No. I just grab the music from the video. So I separate the audio from the video, and then we cut that little section out that you want to play. Okay? I created actually 2,000, because on this site you can actually create your own playlist. Okay, so you want to create your own playlist
Okay,
of
you'll
music.
find that rest of that movie is up there now, darling.
Is it? Okay.
It's
Thank
under
you.
UCT Summer School.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Are you coming to Lala?
Sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay. What? It's a nice book, eh?
Mine's just guitar jumping
What about
Garage
what
band.
about
yeah, it's a you can create your own music.
Why is it hopping up and down?
I don't
Maybe
know.
it clicks on it by mistake.
Yeah.
I'm just going to scrub my feet in and then I'm thinking about 20 minutes more picking it back. It's 4:20.
Okay.
That takes it. But we could do the other way around. We could go to supper first and then go to the station.
How's the OBS doing?
We normally do. We normally just have a bite of it, but we then we leave around about 9. So it's not too bad, you know. 9:45 now. Whereas if you watch the second show second, then it's 8:30, then you normally leave 10:30. So we normally prefer to do it this way around. We're probably going to go in, it depends. If John comes, we're going to 2 cars, which we were always going to go, which is Peter Blundell's and Kent's. And if John doesn't come, we're going just Kent's. It'll just be you, me. Okay. Well, there you go. Thanks.
Okay, so OBS is running.
Yes. Okay.
Hello. What audio is going on? Is it screaming my voice and not?
That would be really funny.
summit.org. And as your colleagues here, we're going to elaborate on just some of the key points that we have, which looks not only at how we can ensure women's rights and gender equality are included in the decisions taken here, but
block in
using water, and I'd like you to elaborate.
Big projects in order to causing lots of properties. We're going to have to and so on. All this territory is full of
hidden in tax havens, and we are spending $1.6 trillion on military expenditure. All this requires a complete redirection of the economy and of the way the states approach the private sector. So today we are going to be holding action, I think probably the first action here at Marrakesh, which is focused on shifting funds away from military expenditure. We know that military is a driver and a cause of climate change, and so we're going to be calling on funds as well as a focus on peace, as well as both a climate justice response.
Thank you very much, Kate. So with that, we would like to open up to see if there are any questions for further.
Anything to prepare these people for these two mega dams being built, and what kind of things in order to transition the jobs and the people's homes and all of their needs.
The genocide, there was a conference of the World Economic Forum on Africa. In one panel, they tried to integrate the protection of the rights of the women with the rights of the children. And yesterday in the opening ceremony, victims of the orphans and the so I wonder if there are any issues where we are talking of protecting the rights of women, at the same time to speak about the protection of the children. I live in Zimbabwe, and I can see that number one victims when there are conflicts and poverty are the children. How can we get funds at least to protect the children?
Hi, my name is Vasundhara University delegation to COP. Thank you so much for offering the different perspectives. You mentioned there's a requirement for a shift in how we invest in finance for existing systems, and I was wondering if you could elaborate more on what that would look like, given that governments are pushing businesses to practices, and if you're calling for a shift from that, yeah, like what would that look like?
Thank you. And our final question over here. Thank you so much.
We find ourselves in a position of some people on a train, the whole world basically, on a train, because we know that's where they're living. And yet we seem to be sitting here with our leaders to say, please will you tell us to stop or stop the train. In my mind, for us to carry on staying here, when we know, as Kate said, last year we move off this train, and instead what actually happened was that we put some more coal into the fire. It seems to be time now where we have to do something about it. We've got to just say, maybe we ought to just set up another system. The problems with climate change we need to make in order to stop climate change is that there is the infrastructure for the alternatives is very important. We need to set up infrastructure to abandon this train ourselves and not wait for something. It's getting closer and closer. Are you still going to stay here? Should we get off this train, leaders?
Carmen, maybe just briefly to the specific question, and then others who'd like to add.
Very briefly, the plan, we don't know anything has been kept aside from civil society, even from the and there to all the civil society in the country. So we don't know what we only know that it's in the program of the government and that they're going to build it. So we are in order to the authorities to realize what the huge impact this is going to have on this project before it's
I think the questions are actually related. We definitely have to jump off this business as usual to protect
agreement, you know, being funded by the biggest polluters in the planet. It's the absolute minimum we need to protect the future of our children. So yeah, how do we do it? A concrete question. Well, basically, to make sure governments are held accountable for funding. And there is funding, we know it. Actually, at 1 o'clock, there's a very important action organized about military spending. Because there's so much money still going to war, which would go to peace and to climate justice. So please join us. That's in the restaurant area at 1 o'clock. But it's one example of, you know, the money is there. In actually, sponsoring deforestation and forest degradation are being moved, are being redirected. So that is their solutions now.
Speaking on this question of water leads us to one of the world's most prominent water experts. On this question of water leads us to the prominent water expert, who is Professor Mohammed Aid Qadi. Our next speaker is presently President of the General Council of Agricultural Development. This council is a high-level policy think tank of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries in Morocco. He was also Secretary General of the Ministry. Previously, as Director General of the Irrigation Department, he was in charge of the development and implementation of the National Irrigation Program. Was the chief agricultural negotiator of the free trade agreement between Morocco and the United States.
I will briefly highlight some features of the AAA initiative. I know that by now you know this initiative, but I will just focus, as we are in COP22 negotiations. Raison d'être. Morocco has built COP22 as the COP of action. COP of action meaning that we need, and we stress this, to translate progress achieved in concrete terms. We have built also this COP as a COP for Africa, providing a unique opportunity to showcase action for Africa and in Africa, bearing in mind that vulnerability and adaptation in Africa are issues of high priority. The Paris Agreement explicitly refers to food security in its preamble as opened the door, as it said, for more adaptation in the agriculture sector. In my view, the willingness to address agriculture and food security finally appears to be done. Including adaptation and food security agreement, the international community fully acknowledges that urgent attention and sometimes urgent attention is needed to preserve the well-being of those who are on the front line climate change threats and all the nationally determined contributions of the African countries prioritize agriculture as a sector for adaptation. This reflects, of course, the importance of agriculture for their economies and societies. Agriculture employs more than 65% of the labor force and accounts for more than 50% of the GDP. Projected climate change, and we had a presentation which recently present the vulnerability of Africa to climate change. They really pose a serious threat to Africa's agriculture, which, as we heard, we have to adapt to changing precipitation patterns and more frequent weather events. If you take, for example, what happened with the 2015-2016 El Niño, probably the strongest on record. This El Niño event has led to the same drought affecting this year's crop in several countries across the continent. And you can see the deficit in the SADC region. So while weather events such as El Niño are recurring phenomena, climate change will increase their severity, acting as a multiplier for security, reversing the gains achieved through the Millennium Development Goals process and jeopardizing the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. Africa is already vulnerable to erratic weather patterns. And we heard this one, the continent least able to meet the cost of adaptation to climate change and needs access to technologies and funds to exploit its massive agricultural development potential. We are strongly convinced that COP22 in Marrakesh is the right moment to create a coherent delivery system to the implementation of agricultural adaptation and prevention in Africa. So the adaptation of African agriculture initiative originates from this conviction. It is designed to enable African agriculture to simultaneously improve productivity, reduce vulnerabilities, increase resilience, and manage natural resources more sustainably. It is fully aligned to realizing the ambitions agreed in COP21 and, of course, finance commitment. AAA is structured around two components. The first component is linked to the UNFCCC negotiations, and it aims to advocate in favor of increased funding to support innovative policies, country investment plans, and capacity development that reflect a strong collective voice for Africa. And I can tell you that we tried hard this week to make Africa's voice heard. The second component is solution-oriented, based on 4 programs, and then they insist on this, as prioritized in the majority of the NDCs submitted relates to the system that were mentioned, improvement of quality, increase in the carbon sequestration capacity of soils, very much in line with the recommendation of the 4000 French initiative. And 3, the conversion of annual and the itinerant cultivation into crop trees and agroforestry. The second program is designed to achieve efficient farming risks and providing solutions to smooth farmers' income, promote agricultural investment, and make disaster relief more effective. And the fourth program aims to expand innovative agricultural finance in order to foster the adoption of best adaptation practices and enable investment in this area. Therefore, we believe that efforts to strengthen agricultural adaptation can be done quickly as they build on existing work and all the science capital that Africa enjoys. It will build also on effective South-South cooperation. The AAA initiative echoes the commitments made under the Comprehensive African Agricultural Program, CAADP, as articulated in the Maputo and Malabo Declaration, as well as the Dakar African Development 2015, and as mentioned by Mrs. Semeto, the Abidjan FAO Declaration. All for the transformation of African agriculture into globally competitive, inclusive, and business-oriented sector that creates wealth, generates gainful employment, and improves quality of life. It also seeks to bring to scale an existing successful initiative across Africa. And again, Mrs. Semedo mentioned a number of initiatives in soils and water, and you will hear many more. I would like to emphasize also that the AAA initiative will contribute to achieving sustainable development goals as its potentials are geared to most of the SDGs. I can cite the SDGs related to poverty eradication, SDG 1, food security and nutrition, SDG 2, healthy lives, SDG 3, water and sanitation, SDG 6, sustainable consumption and production, SDG 12, climate change, SDG 13, and territorial ecosystems, land degradation, and biodiversity, SDG 15. We are the fact that the AAA enjoys the support of African countries, international and regional organizations. You heard the FAO, World Bank, and many others, the private sector, and NGOs. It is also supported by a high-level international scientific community, drawing on expertise from the most known institutions, academic and research institutions. I would like to conclude this talk by asking this question. What if Africa's agriculture became resilient enough to accelerate agricultural growth? So the answer comes from a study from the World Bank. Given the massive agricultural potential of Africa, Africa holds almost 60% of the world's uncultivated land, only a small fraction of its water resources are developed, and so on. So if Africa became resilient, Africa's farmers and agri-businesses, according to the World Bank, could create a $1 trillion market by 2030. And in my view, this is a credible ambition, since Africa, the agri-business space is already changing. Since 2004, global investments in the food and agri-business sector have grown threefold to more than 100 billion in 2030. So we call this initiative AAA, mainly to investments in African agricultural adaptation is a rated investment.
You've been watching the Science Art communication of the impact of climate change produced by Environmental Graffiti. That's available, you can see it on the website, by the artist Alisa Singer, who allowed us to use this free of charge. I am delighted to welcome Philip Duffy, who is President and Director of the Woods Hole Research Centre. He held the role of Senior Policy Advisor in the White House Office of Science and Policy. So Philip,
with the oceans and the cryosphere. And I'll say just a couple of words about each. You know, the oceans play obviously an incredibly important and appreciated role in climate change. in the most simple terms, is the Earth absorbing more energy from space and back out. And if you ask where is excess energy going, over 90%, almost all of it, goes into the ocean. Only about 1% goes into the atmosphere. So when we think about global warming, we tend to focus on the atmosphere because where we happen to live. But really, climate change is happening much more in the ocean than in the atmosphere. The other important statistic of the ocean's role in climate change is that the ocean absorbs roughly 25% of the carbon dioxide that humans into the atmosphere. And as you'll hear tonight, these additions of heat and energy, carbon dioxide into the ocean, have profound consequences. Similarly, the Arctic is characterized as a hotspot of climate change. As you probably all know, the Arctic is warming at least twice as fast as the rest of the planet. This is resulting in changes there that are not just technical, but actually obvious. The Arctic is having consequences, regional consequences, again, not just technical, but actually obvious. It may be true, though, that although the regional consequences are very significant indeed, it may be true that the global consequences of climate change in the Arctic, although they've yet to be felt, are potentially more important. Indeed, I think nowhere is the concept of thresholds and tipping points more important than it is in the Arctic. And two examples come to mind, again, of thresholds and tipping points in the Arctic. One is greenhouse gas emissions from thawing permafrost, and the other is the commitment to the eventual of the Greenland ice sheet. In my opinion, it's tipping points in the Arctic and elsewhere that really drive or should drive the urgency behind addressing global climate change generally. And as you'll hear tonight, the commitments that are not enough, are nowhere near enough to prevent serious consequences. So more ambition is needed sooner rather than later. So, five distinguished speakers, Turley of Plymouth Marine Laboratory will introduce them and will moderate the following discussion. Thank you.
So I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Carol Turley. I'm from Plymouth Marine Laboratory. I was the Knowledge Exchange Coordinator for the UK-wide Ocean Acidification Programme. I currently hold a Senior NERC Knowledge Exchange Fellowship, and I've been involved in a number of ocean acidification research programs in the UK and I have advised a number of policymakers in the UK and the EU and the US. Still willing to go. So just about this, we've all read that carbon dioxide concentrations are increasing in the atmosphere and they're rising year on year. And this year was a year when it went above 400 parts per million. And it looks like most of the year will be above 400 parts in the next 2 months. So we've crossed the threshold already. Now, the increasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is due to burning of fossil fuels and to a smaller extent deforestation, but only 47% of the emissions remain in the atmosphere. The rest is taken up in equal parts by the land plants and the ocean. And what I'm focusing is what happens when that carbon dioxide enters the ocean. So 25% enters the ocean, and that, whilst reducing atmospheric warming, involves this acidification because CO2 produces an acid, carbonic acid. And this is what we term ocean acidification. And it's a change in the pH of the ocean, which is a measure of the acidity. Ocean acidification is happening now and is measurable, and it directly affects the atmospheric CO2. And you can see how the CO2 emissions the pH of the ocean decreases. But there are other major changes to the ocean carbon cycle as well. It's not all about pH. It's about the decrease in carbonate ions and increase in the bicarbonate ions. So there's an awful lot happening, an awful lot of changes happening to the cycle. And these are very different marine organisms. This is aragonite saturation. It's global model projections of aragonite saturation. Aragonite is a calcium carbonate mineral that for some structures, coral reef structures, and some shells of animals. And you can see that the whole ocean is well saturated. What you want to see is the white bit is the white colour is one, which essentially divides saturated from undersaturated waters. And you can see very early on that undersaturated with respect to aragonite, and it's the ocean phenomenon. The supersaturation that's happening in the tropical areas, like you see there in dark blue, is rapidly decreasing too. So this is something that's of great concern. And when it becomes undersaturated, unprotected shells will dissolve. And we can actually see this in seeps, carbon dioxide seeps, through coral reefs of Papua New Guinea. And you see from here, from away from the reef fence, moving right into the carbon dioxide, where the carbon dioxide is going through the reefs. And this is a vision of the future, perhaps, of coral reefs in a high CO2 world. Very rapid loss as you progress to the biodiversity and structural complexity, with no reef pH of around 7.8. So we think that's some kind of threshold for reef systems. And there was this amazing paper produced this year in Nature Climate. Part of the Great Barrier Reef, and what they did is they took a whole reef ecosystem and brought the chemistry back to what it was like in pre-industrial times. So they restored it to and what they found was the concentration of the reef actually increased by around 7%. And that indicates, it's the first indication, real indication, that ocean acidification is already impairing reef growth. And there are other observations showing a decrease in calcification for the last 10 years of reefs in the Great Barrier Reef. Also in the Mediterranean, there are carbon dioxide seeps, but in a different environment. And you can see at pH 8.1, which is today's pH, is amazing calcifiers there again, and then just 0.3 of a change in pH as you move towards the rate loss, a tipping point to very low biodiversity. But some organisms are doing algae doing very well. And the other important ecosystem provider are called build like structures, but on the structures of their generations. So it's a jumble of skeletons, and they produce habitats, grounds for fish, and they may be particular vulnerable because they actually go deep. CO2 coming in, which raises this saturation horizon towards the surface, and so we worry whether this horizon will actually move through the current deep reefs lay. And you can see that around the European coast, but around many coasts, and they're also important in Northern Europe. And this is the projections into the future, and you can see the yellow and orange spreading, and this would imply that these organisms and the bones of their ancestors that are forming the reefs will actually dissolve because they've got no tissue to protect them. The variability of ocean acidification impacts it relates to the life cycle of the marine environment. So organisms that actually have a pelagic stage, and this is how they disperse. You can see in the lower circle there, it's quite okay about ocean acidification, but as you move to the gametes, the embryos, and the embryos, you can see that the vulnerability increases. So you actually have as well as the physiology to actually understand the vulnerability to ocean acidification. There's more evidence of the coast of California and the Southern Ocean that today these sea butterflies, which are the size of a very small lentil, are actually, their shells are corroding as we speak. And why are they important? Why should you care about these things? It's very important links in the food web for, from the very small microscopic organisms to the larger things that we like to enjoy and cultivate and catch. So many birds depend on these links in the food chain. The ocean is also absorbing heat, as Phil said. And that is ocean as well. Again, in combination with ocean acidification. I want to step on other presenters is actually look at what impacts that they have. So this is changes in mean values, global mean values, since pre-industrial times. From 2.7 to 3.5, and the recent UNEP gap report had it at around 3. So this is still very, very high. And the Paris goal was 1.5, which is very close to the RCP 2.6. How does this translate into the change in sea surface temperature? Well, today it's already at over 0.8 degrees centigrade as a global mean. And if we continue business as usual, it will be over 3 degrees centigrade higher. If we implement these we'll bring it down to 2.6 degrees higher, so it's still very high. In terms of acidification, at the moment, the pH of the ocean is increased by 0.1 of a unit. Ongoing, a business as usual, it will be a decrease of 0.4, which is even with the NDCs, they are still quite high, with a decrease of 0.2 to 0.3 pH. The Paris Agreement goal will deliver around a decrease of 0.15. So it's how does this translate in terms of impacts on important ecosystems? This is a planetary boundary diagram, and you'll see that the centre is white, which it means that the risk of impact is undetectable, it's very low. The yellow circle is when it moves to moderate, and the red is when it moves to high, and the purple is very, very high. So, if we focus on the which is the coral reefs, you can see that the business as usual is that on the very edge of the purple. The NDCs move in a little bit, but it's still in the very high risk category. And if we're good citizens of the planet, we achieve the Paris goal of 1.5, you can see that the risk of impact to coral reefs is reduced, but still 100%. And if you look around at the other ones, there are important things like pteropods and krill and other key ecosystems. And then look at the services, you get an idea of how that could impact the environment and what we gain from it. Just to close, I conclude that current NDCs are enough to avoid high risk of impacts to ocean ecosystems, the goods and services they provide. We need to ratchet it up, we need to build on it urgently. So thank you very much. Dr. Svante Boden, who is the European Director of the International Cryosphere Climate Initiative and the President of the Swedish Meteorological Association. Previously, he was head of the Division for Climate Change in the Swedish Ministry of the Environment, and some very eminent positions. So,
where I think Carol left, and look at the water, frozen water that is unexpectedly, and as we have heard from Phil Duffy here, there are great risks for passing certain thresholds that will lead to irreversible processes, melting the cryosphere. This is a diagram that you have a chance to look at it again. Actually how different thresholds are crossed and how different irreversible processes are starting for different temperatures. And as you can see, parts of the cryosphere that are affected they trip towards thresholds already at this time, temperatures around 1 degrees. And one very notable thing is that scientists have established that part of the Antarctic ice sheet has actually become unstable and started to empty the ice and melted into water in the oceans. And that could then lead to the next sea level of about 3 to 4 meters. You can also see mountain glaciers are at risk at around 2 degrees. Arctic sea ice, it's very likely that if you go to 2 degrees or maybe a little bit beyond, you will have complete loss of sea ice. There are even dangers that if you go up to 3 degrees and above that, you risk actually to start irreversible processes of melting ice sheets in Antarctic. And that's much more. So this is what we are facing, and this is what we should have in the back of our minds when we we speak about the NDCs. So there are all of those reasons to stay as low as possible, and the current NDCs are definitely not putting us on the right track. And one of the in the climate system actually provide this polar amplification in the polar region. I think it could be good now to look exactly where we are when analyzing the indices or indices that they were before. This week, UN issued their annual gap report on what is actually needed in order to close the gap to stay on a 2 degrees warmer. That is leading us. And as you see from this slide, if you include also the conditions, the best value for what will happen to 2100 is that we stay under 3 degrees. We will be close to 3 degrees essentially. So by 2 or 3, you will see that like a 6 to 9 temperature increase, and also considerable increase in Antarctica. So what's happening in the dimension that the West Antarctica has already started, it has tipped. So what you can expect from that is an additional 1 meter of global sea rise. But not on the time scale to 2100, but the other belief is that this is this irreversible process, but keeping the temperatures down. And of course, this irreversibility is the really threatening aspect. And as I told you before also, the wind space in the East Antarctica turns out also to be unstable. And there are many basins that have the same characteristics. And this could lead to 3 to 4 meters of sea level rise. Now speaking about other basins in the East Antarctica. That has not started yet. It takes a higher temperature to achieve that. And the time is much longer, 7,000 years. In fact, if you analyze it, you can see that the roots for these are 3 types of instabilities. For the West Antarctic ice sheet, it's referred to as topography downward sloping towards out over the sea. That is triggering it. So it's not melting from the top, it's actually melting from the bottom by warmer ocean water penetrating in under. Southeast and Antarctica, it's actually an ice plug. You have ice that are stuck over land or the sea by an underwater reach that is keeping the ice in place. If it actually melts so that the ice can slide over that reach, then the whole basin becomes unstable. And you have a third instability, and that applies to Greenland. And that is the high temperature feedback. When it starts melting from the top, the surface of it becomes lower and exposed to even higher temperatures. And, that you can see have started in Greenland. That the probability yet is so that you can see the whole Greenland ice sheet starting to. If you look at this probability showing the global average warming over pre-industrial times as compared to the probability of complete loss of the Greenland ice sheet. If you look at the 3 degrees from the GAP report here, there is more than 80% probability of the Greenland ice sheet will vanish. That adds another 6 meters. Irreversible processes. Once the permafrost has thawed and released methane, it cannot be put back in the ground again over 24 of the northern hemisphere land area permafrost. Is the ground thaws, it releases carbon dioxide and methane will be in the very potent part of this stock. And of course there is also feedback loop. So if you sum up and go through a process of calculating how much carbon that will be released this way, you can see in order to stay between the two 90 carbon. Today we have budget and remaining is 275. Permafrost will add another 160 gigaton if we allow that. So that is a real uphill struggle to that from happening. Arctic sea ice is another of course interesting thing and threatening thing. That, however, might not be irreversible. This is this year and the latest observation about the sea ice. And what's striking with what's happening now is that even if we didn't reach the summer low of 2012, it's more below 2 standard deviations of what's happened over the last 30 years. But IPCC, and based on a number of came up with this picture showing that the 48.5 scenario, it's more likely that it's very likely that all of the summer sea ice is vanished around 2050. But on the other hand, if you can stop warming at 2 degrees, there's a chance of actually stabilizing the loss of the ice vanishing. But only a couple of days ago, there was a new article in Science that showed that there's a very clear relationship between CO2 versus sea ice extent. So cumulative CO2 emissions to the right, and you have extent of sea ice on the vertical axis. And so far since 1953, there is a linear relationship, and if you then you will see that it only takes 1,000 gigaton of CO2 emissions to and if you do this, you see that will lead to 8.5 about 2050. That we have now. So I will come back to the picture. You see that very, very important part of the cryosphere can pass crucial, then and then start irreversible processes. And if you then bring the 3 degrees that we were speaking about before, you see that that almost all of these processes will have started and continue actually to deliver of the Greenland sea ice and the sea ice, Greenland ice sheet and the Arctic sea ice. So that was actually my last slide. If you're interested to read a little more about the thresholds and closing, there is a report that we published last year. You can see a little more of this.
I have now the pleasure of introducing Lars Otto Grierson. He's Executive Secretary for Arctic Monitoring and the Assessment Programme, AMAP. The working group under the Arctic Council responsible for monitoring and assessing levels, trends and effects of pollution and climate change on Arctic ecosystems and humans. And I know he's got another publication, assessment on the way, so I'm hoping to tell us about this.
We have been working with the organization to change the Arctic from an area of nuclear submarine into an area of peace and science. That's what we've been doing for 25 years. The country theories and non-article and data, so we can perform the assessments that I'm going to give you a short introduction to. So we have scientists to make these assessments, they're fully referenced, peer-reviewed. Scientists writer to make the layman styles, and that is still too thick for the politicians. So we have this very thin paper with a lot of big pictures, so that we hope that the ministers can see our conclusions and recommendations. And pictures, as you have seen here, is very important. Look at them and they read the text under. So that's where we try to sneak in the real things. The first show the area that we are covering, and that is the whole Arctic, north of approximately 60 degrees, or the Arctic Circle. There's a huge water area of the Arctic Ocean, a lot of ice. The ocean, the land, the atmosphere, and the humans, just analyzing the levels of contaminants. You also see it on the effects here. This is the cryosphere. This is the third report in 2011, and in April we're going to launch the next report. Development of what we see now in the cryosphere, RCP 4.5 and 8.5. But if you look at what's happening north of the 60 degrees, you see that we have more than a doubling in the temperature. If you continue as business as usual, the red line, in the winter time, you will be an average increase of 12 degrees. This illustrates how important it is to look into areas, into parts of the year. You don't be blind on the average of the globe. That is what you see here. That is 5 to 6 degrees, or down to 3 degrees, 4.5. In the Arctic, you see doubling, and in some areas, some part of the year, you will have extremes higher and lower. That's important to understand what you then get from the ice, the thawing of the permafrost. It's not the right to look at. You have to look at what's will happen. Before, the ocean has been under-communicated, the heat of the ocean. This is inflow of warm water around Barrow in Alaska into the Arctic. This is in September 2011. Interesting too, the input of warm heat by the rivers. Some of the largest rivers in the world are into the Arctic, and that's another heat coming into the Arctic, contributing to the melting of the ice and then reducing the freezing of the ice in the autumn, which is one of the reasons why we have some extreme weather. Thawing, that is melting of the ice. If you're going back to the old days in the 80s, a lot of ice, more than 6 years old, 6 meters and bigger, dominated. Today, hardly multi-year ice. It's 1 to 2 years ice dominating in this area. What is and the change in the snow cover. And again, you see here in June, we see 50% reduction in snow cover in a huge part of the Arctic. And then you see that is continuing. This is from 2012. What is interesting is to see there's a more warmer part, the discontinuous area, that's not that deep. But look what's up in the here. In the continuous permafrost, 2.5, 3 degrees. The way of the thawing ongoing today is the permafrost created during this the little ice age. The permafrost creating from the ice age will start thawing in mid-century if you don't stop it. So this is still rather new permafrost that is thawing for the moment. So we see what's coming up in the Arctic. There will be increased precipitation and increased evaporation. That means that you get a hell of water of the Arctic, not only from the melting of the ice, but also from the weather. This is in 2015 and the Bolton Highway, and you will see much more of this. So, back to where we had the Arctic. When I grew up in Tromsø, what people had, we had this situation in the upper left here. The cold air started in the autumn, spreading down over North America, Europe, like a dome of cold water air. And it started in the spring and came back again, picking up pollutants into the atmosphere. And then you saw this beautiful color called Arctic haze in the late 50s in Europe in that area. What happened in 2009, have today, coming down all the way down to Spain. You have the warm here and then cold. And we have just the same situation going on now. This is a temperature increase in the area from the last 15 years compared to the previous 30 years. And you can clearly see here the increase of the heat, mainly over the oceans, between the huge increase in temperature in the Arctic. And of course, that is part of the reason for the melt of the sea, of the land, in addition to the heat in the ocean. So that's the situation that the empire strikes back again, like I called it. It rained in England a few years ago. Fires, forest fires in northern Norway. It was absolutely crazy period a few years ago. And what we see here is this extremes affecting southern part. We also see effects correlated to the monsoon. In southeast, is correlated to the ice conditions in the Arctic. Are all the Greenland was more or less stable until the mid-90s. These are observations. This is in the previous release from AMAP. What was snowing on the top of Greenland, exactly the same, more or less, running off. The heat started to increase. So when we released this report in 2011, the runoff of Greenland was approximately 250 gigaton. What on earth is that? Well, that is 1 all over Australia. And other ice caps in the Arctic are melting. The Arctic is today one of the main ice, together with the temperature molecules, and that will continue. Something. The sea level rise estimate in 2011 was between 0.9 and 1.6 meters. They came up because IPCC had just released and said 0.3. But we had the new figures then from Greenland and from Antarctica. And you will see that the new figures, they are above. And it's again, will affect southern oceans. The increase in the Indian Ocean will be 1.6 higher than the average. And again, don't be blind on the average figures. The reality there and then. This is, yeah, and just one funny thing for many people. Greenland is melting. Greenland will not have sea level. Greenland will have sea level decrease. The way Greenland is lower, and Greenland will come up. Black carbon, you had heard that already. Sources around the Arctic of black carbon. Just want to point on this one. The Arctic is the emissions from oil fields, the flaring. It's hard to see. The red to the far right is around the Russian side. The main source of heat of black carbon in the Arctic is the black carbon in Southeast Asia, because of the heating in the atmosphere and the transport into the Arctic. So what we need is more action, black carbon in global actions of black carbon, if you want to have the effect of a reduction of the temperature of up to 0.5 degrees by mid-century. Actions in the Arctic will hardly have any effects. Arctic is going more faster than most of the areas to be acidic because cold water can store more CO2 than warm water. And when the ice is melting, you get more CO2. And when the ice is melting, you get more surface area available to absorb CO2. And a huge amount of carbon coming out of the Russian rivers. All of this is making the oceans more vulnerable. The Arctic marine ecosystems are likely to changes, and we are now doing a new study that we will report on what are the effects on the socioeconomic on the fisheries. And this is the first assessment we have, climate impact assessment, where one predicted that fish, mackerel, will move north. When I grew up here in this area, we didn't see mackerel. It was up here. In 2007, mackerel was here, and now mackerel is up here. So we see this prediction from Oceania is taking place. Mackerel far, far north. And that is what are the effects of ocean acidification. And that's what we've been in case studies around the Norwegian coast in Alaska, to see what this means for the fisheries and for the local indigenous people, for their living conditions in the Arctic, and what they can export of fish from the Arctic. This is very released. The first report in May next year. So how to adapt? It is not enough to mitigate. We have to start to adapt and plan the adaptation. So that's what we are doing this. What are the combined effects of all this in the Arctic? We are looking into here, and looking at the societies. This is totally different. That will also be released. And this is just to illustrate from the 11-12 months. And there you can see what the models predict, that when you're coming into around mid-century 30, 40, you have 2 to 3 months shift from 2 to 3 months. Dramatic changes. And that will also have effects on the sea that is protecting the land from erosion. So some of the conclusions we can draw is that the Arctic temperature will continue to increase both in the ocean, and thereby an increased volume of meltwater will come into the sea level. If Paris Agreement is achieved, that was 2 degrees or 1.5. Unfortunately, that will not be enough to stop the melt, but it may reduce the increase. The increase in 2 degrees, as I showed you, is 45 degrees in the Arctic, and that's a hell of a lot. Arctic will be different, the world will be different with what's happening in the Arctic. And it will continue and have effect. So all of these new data listen to, you're welcome to Virginia next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lars. That's quite depressing, really, isn't it? It's my pleasure to invite as an eminent marine physiologist at the Alpha Vega Institute, and this year he took on the charge of the IPCC co-chair of 1.2 for AR6 and the Ocean and Cryosphere report. So Hans, you're on the floor.
Thanks very much, Carol, for the introduction, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here and talk to you about the activities of IPCC in the context of oceans and cryosphere. We look at key vulnerabilities, impacts, and risks at 1.5, also looking at socioeconomic aspects, and comparing these to the avoided impacts and reduced risks. So it should be a comparative treatment of a climate world in 1.5 because comparison is needed to put this in perspective. Time frame, issue, and mitigation pathways. This is just an example of what should be in the report. And some of this may already building on the AR5, where there has been consideration of vulnerabilities. There has already been information which allows us, with the RCP 2.6, to focus on information for 1.5 degree warmer world, as you can see here, where according to IPCC findings, we can make the distinction that in a 1.5 degree warmer world, there may be some ice left, some in the summer in the northern hemisphere, whereas in a warmer than 2 degree world, we are looking at a situation where the sea ice will be completely lost. And you see this figure already, where you see how in 1.5 degree world the situation may stabilize with some residual Arctic summer sea ice left, but you also see there is quite a range of uncertainty around that needs to be considered. What else can we say about the world because of climate change? This is looking at the oceans from the point of view of productivity shifts, and these are latitudinal shifts that concern virtually all organisms, but also those that represent primary production, and you see how in a warmer world productivity is moving north, moving and south, moving as usual scenario, and you see how the so-called desertification of the ocean gyres at latitudes is actually exacerbated by a warming ocean. This also reaches up to the higher organisms, where again organisms move in response to the warming trend. You see where there is a decline in biodiversity and decline in fish stocks. Vertebrate stocks. This summarizes information for about 1,000 species, where we see at low latitudes, affecting especially the developing countries and their fisheries in those areas, whereas in some higher latitudes you actually see blue indicating an increase in fish stocks. But on average, there will be about a decline in fisheries catch potential in the 2 degrees warmer world. And these trends, as far as you know from a recent projection exercise, are exacerbated by the warming-induced oxygen loss from the oceans. Now, what's happening, indicating a transition, and there's one system where we all know that it is already affected by the warming trend. This trend is continuing, and even in a 1.5 degree warmer world, we see a high risk of losing up to 90% of coral reefs and their services to humankind. Oceanification has also been mentioned. You see the trends here in the inset, where the decline, which is measuring, modifying the acidity decline, will either go unabated in a business as usual scenario, or with ambitious emission reduction will be reduced. And you see the different calcifiers here in the acidified world, indicated by the bluish colors according to the age scale. You see again the trend of high acidification in high latitudes, especially in the Arctic. There's also freshening happening. And then you see the ecosystems affected, the warm water corals here, the green dots, the purple dots indicating the cold water corals, and then the yellow areas indicate the areas where humankind relies on calcifiers for fisheries. We know that sensitivities differ between different groups according to the different CO2 exposure experiments that have been done, with projections of how these groups will in the future. And you see that the fraction of sensitive species early on is high in the mollusks, is high again in the corals, but lower in the cold water corals than in the water corals. This gives us some projection for acidification of the century. And we know again that risks are enhanced by warming extremes. Now, how do we bring all of this together? We heard Carol talking about the assessment of risk, and actually the risk concept developed by Working Group 2 during the last assessment cycle has been a role model for this. And you see here the burning ember diagram, which distinguishes undetectable to very high according to color code, and how we can then allocate risks according to the different long-term global goals that are being discussed. And natural systems actually play an important role in terms of developing that risk, developing for those risks and the resulting long-term go for. Well, you've seen this slide already, and actually the IPCC assessment together in this paper, actually this year in Nature Climate Change, where you see the sort of planetary associated with different temperature worlds. The black line is the 4.8 degree world, and the white line is the 1.5 degree world. All of this is in the moderate risk area, except for the coral reefs, as Carol has indicated, and we can pretty much confirm here that all of the INDCs, which would take us to a 2.7 or 3.5 degree warmer world, would take us into a high risk in a situation, and which should initiate an increase in the ambition for further mitigation efforts. A final point, sea level rise to be addressed has already been, so I may be able to cut that a little bit short. In the last synthesis report, actually, we were assuming that in there could be constraint to below 1 meter. But as already said, the contribution of the ice sheet is likely underestimated. This makes an important distinction, and a recent paper by Schlausenthal actually distinguishes the triggering of the ice sheet for the different scenarios, and you see different levels of exposure to these scenarios where different areas are more strongly exposed, certainly with increasing warming trends. There's uncertainty with respect to sea level rise. Even in a 1.5 degree world, we are not really firm about which level of sea rise we will actually be reaching. But with this kind of consideration, we are coming close to comparisons from paleo findings where similar levels of high sea level rise have been reached. So there are high risk thresholds that we are about to transgress, and we need to say we need to take action. Adaptation is one action, is necessary, but without ambitious mitigation, adaptation will not be sufficient. This slide the left-hand side actually is that there is a science background in human behavior that needs to be considered when we discuss the societal inertia and the inaction in transformation. As part of the ocean by its formal integration into the UNFCCC process, and as part of that we need to exploit the science-based related solution options like setting up protected areas, identify blue growth and sustainable development for these economies. And
I think the urgency of moving up our CO2 emissions has come across very strongly indeed. Ryan Urban, he's an oceanographer, a climatologist, marine engineer, and at present the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO.
Thank you very much, Carol. You know, you see what's happening with the planet Earth, and I'm standing between, well, the dogs and the dinner. It's a very difficult situation. So, in principle, what I would like to say is that I wish to take us from the last picture that Hans Onte shown with heads in the sand. So we need to do something about this. And you know, at least the IOC of UNESCO will try to do something when it comes to the ocean. But the distribution is pretty complicated in this world. Discuss with you some already said that, you know, that if Greenland ice sheet melts and Antarctica, then sea level rise will be mostly in the tropical areas. This is what we see now. This is the current picture of highly uneven sea level rise. In mostly maritime continent, and where the tropical, and we still remember that a lot of villages in Philippines. But you know, this is environmental happening in these big cities, exactly in this region. Of course, people tend to go towards the coast and they live on the coast. But what is important also, these mega cities, they are heavy, they extract so much water. They tend to also subside, and the speed of this subsidence is even higher than the speed of this problems, but a lot of engineering protection problems that all need to be together. If it on top of that, that this is the area where we are losing a lot of money there will be some really hot spots that we should and have to react on. So, what can be done? And already Hans Otto spoke about this, the experiments and also Lars Otto used experiments are highly informational because you know they are done with the Earth system models, including atmosphere that driven most of them by emissions of greenhouse gases, and they are able to provide this good guidance on the physical part of the climate system, also on chemical part of the climate system. That it is possible to at least see what is going to happen with large marine ecosystems. So this is a very good instrument for the driving management. But of course, on top of that, we have highly developing, fast developing observing systems, much less by geochemical and ecosystem domain. But we are also going in that direction for understanding what's happening, for driving science, and enabling models as well, because they have to be tuned using best observations. So with that, it is possible, I think, to use the CMIP experiments that produce so-called IPCC climate predictions for at least mitigation scenarios for managing the ocean better. Now, the trend is that we will turn this into true Earth system models that also include regions, include industry. This is where the current science is going. But we are not yet there. But at the same time, we need to imagine that with this type of science, there will be more transparency in the world, more to check what is going to be going to certain decisions. This will be, I think, in the future, the mainstream development of system science. So there are different communities that scientists, I'm presenting here because they may come from non-governmental organization, in my case, intergovernmental organization, an Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. So what we actually can observe is a zoo of different acronyms, of different agencies and different groups involved in so this is that value chain that comes from ocean research, goes through ocean observations, generates data. Data are used in two modes. In real-time mode, they are used for providing certain services, for example, predictions, and of course they also use in delayed time mode for producing certain assessments like an NPC assessment like Hans was presenting. And of course this comes to society. We will see how this diagram is populated with different groups, projects, and programs. So we are actually the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. We are sponsoring organizations. We are contributing to the work of so one of our staff produced that picture. Kirsten Easensee, a lot of projects that we involved in the system, including World Bank Blue Carbon Initiative. So we are basically a governmental think tank that produces some it is really driving certain processes. But we already have some frameworks that may help us to process scientifically based information and come to good decisions. So these processes are should start with the Agenda for Sustainable Development, Agenda 2030. We have now the historic agreement, I achieved in Paris. We have also accelerated modalities of action for small island developing states, very strongly affected by climate change. Post 2015 and the Constitution for the United Nations Convention of Law of the Sea. So we try to use all these mechanisms and try to use them to move forward on certain issues. What's happening, for example, in terms of governance? 50% of ocean surface is beyond natural jurisdiction. If countries would like to protect the exclusive economic zones, then this area remains unprotected. So now there must be some legal protection of biodiversity. This process needs to be informed. So we work with the United Nations and we conduct certain events like here, and we inform that we need to derive that regime. And very likely this regime will be designed and agreed, I would say, in 2-3 years' time. Now, there are also specific things that we are responsible for, and this is reflected in Sustainable Development Goals, the standalone goal on the ocean. So this goal includes actually 10 targets, and they are related to elimination of pollution, turning fisheries into more healthy mode in different ways, particularly by removing substitutes to huge fishing fleets that basically have, and they also basically kill fish nearly everywhere. So we need to increase the area that is protected in the ocean. Well, less political, but more. I see into studies of ocean acidification and trying to find ways of dealing with this. So a lot of people in this room actually this is very important process. The something that we are responsible is the target for 14A, a starting target. We need to build the capacity of science and transfer technology is not really kind of instrumentation. It's information technology. The ability to process data, take results from the models. So we try to do this. Actually, one of those organizations that explicitly in all these targets that are going to be used for the process. This is very important to move science forward. Cutting edge requirements, creating developing countries can benefit from the science. Now, what needs to be done in the ocean? Hans already started this topic. We need to improve, still improve integrated coastal zone management. We need to again improve planning. We need to have a new regime beyond areas of natural jurisdiction. We need to have surface of these areas and enforce that these areas shouldn't be touched. To do so, and of course we need adaptation and mitigation. Everyone understands we really need the most to save the planet. What are the ways of doing so? We need to engage the potential of private sector. The blue economy is probably the most promising economy and very stable. So we need to engage that sector also in adaptation and mitigation. And of course we need to create literacy in people and kids. What to expect into the future. So, for that we need to increase the capacity. And we are actually measuring capacity. For the first time in the history of ocean science, we're going to issue a report that measures the capacity of science, infrastructure, investment, interest, balance, topics. This is the substance of the Global Ocean Science Report. The Sustainable Development Conference of Sustainable Development of the Ocean in June 2017 in New York. And we have for that we need policies. We have open data policies. We create networks of scientists, of knowledge, knowledge of best practices, of data information. We also create technical means of dealing with that. So what is also important that we have some guidelines on transformation by OEC, and with that we hope to help developing countries to be really key players in this process. This slide, you know, I think several years ago, and I think it was particularly true in 2009, when all the science was already there, the COP in Copenhagen didn't agree on anything. So then scientists started to think, what is the problem? So how we communicate about science? Till that time, science was the truth. Truth would speak to power, to governments, and governments also listen and take action. This didn't happen. So and now there is a much better really linear. Much more complicated. Scientists should really act as owners, brokers of the there is some responsibility. Lars Otto, Hans Otto, everyone here spoke, and we know certain what is going to happen. We need to communicate this. If we don't do this, we may be in trouble. So this is the model. This model is not non-linear, and I think this co-design, this government, is the way forward. So we speak to governments, governments speak to us, then there is a common understanding achieved. This is how we probably can move forward. In the climate domain, in ocean protection domain, and you know, this is much more than that. Lars Sotta presented to you the dramatic situation in the Arctic, but you can say that even the ozone hole was emerged. So such things may also happen. So the world is really complicated, multidisciplinary, and we have to have mechanisms to address this complexity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. Okay, I'm handing over to Svante to...
Fine, thank you very much. I see immediately someone raising her hand.
Now, Carol mentioned that the national contribution of countries are not enough. I would like an elaboration by the panelists on this question. What is the right that should keep us away from higher rising temperatures and acidification and, you know, other ripple effects of climate change?
There is no alternative, of course, towards tackling the contributions. But you know, I just wanted to comment on something that hasn't been touched here. The order of events in the Earth system is very important. If you release all the carbon almost immediately, then you will engage a lot of natural feedbacks in this system, and it will be much more difficult to have much higher negative emissions. So everything we do now in terms of blue growth, in terms of blue carbon, every contribution that we do now will probably pay off if now. And protruding on this, it takes us into a more risky world. That's the only thing I know. The rest is for countries.
But I also think that IPCC has demonstrated very clearly what is required in terms of emission reductions in order to achieve both the 2 degrees goal and 1.5 degrees goal. And now we get further information on 5. But I think how of course is turned into IPCCs, then that is what this negotiating process is. But they have to do what is required. At least they do more personal reflection on this. I would like to address that question before we go on to the next one. Yes?
Sure, just
yeah,
please. That point on the question of INDCs. If you look closely at the most recent IPCC assessment report and other subsequent publications, that these scenarios 2 degrees, and certainly the scenarios that limit warming to 1.5 degrees involve not only very rapid greenhouse gases, but also carbon dioxide removal, the actual removal. And this is something that needs to be highlighted. I think it should have been much more highlighted in the IPCC assessment report. And part of the reason I mention that is that, in my opinion anyway, the amount of carbon dioxide removal that are invoked in these scenarios are something we simply don't have the know-how, the means to do. I frankly think it borders on science fiction. Thank you.
Side effect. We're discussing NDCs and the cost of implementing them. I think her message from that was that it is expensive, but more costly. That's expensive of actually reducing CO2 by various means, but the expense, the expense of not doing anything will come a little bit further down the line. So we need to invest now to save an awful lot of money, and not just money.
Could I just say thank you to Philip Duffy for mentioning something which should have occurred in all our discussions, which is emissions. We are prisoners of the FCCC talking about emissions and temperatures as concentrations, though it is. It's concentrations at that level going up and up the whole time, which are the root cause of all our troubles, and we should be taken more seriously, not what is called negative emissions, which is a business-friendly way of using carbon from plant life to make fuels. We should be talking about the physical and chemical and perhaps removal of carbon dioxide, concentrations down to the safe level, which we all know is 20 parts per million. So thank you, Philip.
And I found a fish crime conference and the same conclusion we came to is more or less got along the lines where Vladimir was going with what he was saying on. Put an idea into the conference's head that there was so much area beyond the boundaries of the seas, the seas that belong to countries, that it's sort of like open season to the planet. And with so many terrible crimes happening, not only on the fish level, but also on many other levels. There's no jurisdiction of what happened there because nobody knew it, which area in the FCC. You've got no proof of it. I love the idea that you put in here, and I want to know how you would think we need a world that is ruled by reason. We don't have a world that's ruled by clowns or vested interest. And the vested interest is the thing that's killing everything. And how would we put forward an idea where the scientists, the people who represent at least the top information that's coming at the time should be the ones who lead the way, leaders. How would we get the maritime country, one country, where you guys are the ones who dictate what happens there and everybody participates. Again, I love that idea where everybody, but you know, it's something that belongs to everybody, where there is no overriding one country running everything.
Thank you. I didn't really hear any concrete.
How would you start something off?
Okay.
It's something very drastic. It's time for drastic stuff.
Okay.
The ice is getting thinner, and I feel that I'm on that ice at the moment. So, in principle, I would like to say that indeed a lot is about education and generating values in young people. I think we all do, but the young people should be getting education values that will help them to save the world. So Convention on Climate Change, we need the convention to reduce the
There is a general consensus.
A number of politicians who aren't scientists, we really need more understand science, as well as scientists that can communicate to politicians. So we really need to join this up.
Small comment. Just a small comment. All of you have spent a lot of energy to produce readable science. Looking back, we addressed the wrong audience. The decision makers. Decision makers who vote. We address the voters, those who elect the politicians, much better than they're going to the way they have communicated over the last 3 years.
Very important words, I think. Yes, please.
I'm wondering, and something I think about a lot, is given the low likelihood of avoiding 1.5 degrees, or we are looking at like passing some of the thresholds that are being discussed. All team of scientists up here.
This question is because there's certainly a likelihood that we will miss 1.5, but still, we want to know where we stand with respect to what impact, that we need reference for that, and it's what a 1.5 world would look like compared to a 2-degree world, and compared to a world that becomes even more according to present. Comparative treatment is important, and they would like to go for, and which climate target they would think is.
I about questions myself concerning that. I would also consider some sort of overshoot scenarios where I actually go to about 1.5 and come back from above to 1.5 degrees.
Yeah, just to say that this is exactly actually considered in the report as well, and this is they take up 9% and they're lagging behind with respect to. You would have to ask, for example, with respect to ocean ecosystems, how much of an overshoot is tolerable with respect to severe and dangerous impact.
If I
Yes,
can,
next question.
Overshoot scenarios, and I'm looking for policy reasons. I don't like offering the temptation of saying, okay, we can use it later by means of I think that's a very risky way to run a planet. The other point which I made earlier is that certain consequences, certain consequences are reversible. In an overshoot scenario, you're permafrost, you're going to allow more sea level rise. Those consequences are irreversible. Even if you succeed in magically sucking CO2 out of gas, that methane that came out of the permafrost isn't going to go back into the permafrost, and the sea level isn't going to receive the reversibility of certain processes.
I was wondering if we, in paleoclimatic data, we already present such a methane release the permafrost, maybe at the end of the spectrum, I don't know.
We released a methane report last year, and we were more looking into the future, and we don't see the big explosion that someone has. What we see is the release of methane will increase as the temperature increases and the a linear into the future, 2100. So we don't see this big bang that someone had in the newspaper last year.
When I see and follow over all the years what is done by IPCC, and I want to continue what have been the questions of the two questions before with negative emissions, I'm extremely worried how poor is the understanding of the energy system, the main contributor of the CO2 emissions. What I saw over all the years, and I have to researching 100% renewable energy systems, spatial and temporal resolution. And I'm really worried about the understanding of the energy system in IPCC. It's extremely conservative. The solutions are conservative. The solutions are thought in nuclear. They are thought in CCS, but we know CCS is a PowerPoint technology. It does not work in real world. It's used in the oil and gas industry to get more oil and gas out, but not for what we're discussing in here. Understanding is extremely poor. When you see even the scientific of the last 2-3 years, the assumptions for solar PV for middle of the century are higher than what we have today, for example, in India. And we're not talking on batteries and other things. It's just not happening there. So a place I can only call or cry out, discuss with your colleagues that this stuff is done better. Even Hans-Joachim Raamsdorff wrote a Nature Climate Change comment that we cannot continue with that.
I'd like to once again thank all the speakers, but I would also like to thank you, the audience. It's been a wonderful time together. Thank you very much.
Work, but we have two examples. For example, in Bangladesh, helping with the system for floods, and this flooding system helps these smallholders first of all and foremost to stay alive when the floods will start. Other experiences, like in the southern provinces of Mozambique, for example, which is very drought prone, to have tolerant cassava so that they have other crops that will survive climate. We also help them with better livestock. And for example, we managed to get them to change a little bit their traditional coffee planting to get into cacao, because in some areas with the changes in the rain patterns and the raising so like that, we have thousands of what IFAD is achieving. But what is true is that for those smallholders that are so vulnerable and so poor, they really need concrete action from all of us. So it's important that we continue in our own different ways to provide that financing that farmer organizations require at the local level to really make a difference. And we have the press here, the media here, because we need the media to help us spread the message of how important these smallholders that sometimes seem voiceless to really have a voice worldwide, saying we need support to adapt to climate change. And we need it now, because without it, we have no way to survive. And now I would like to invite my colleague, Khalid Abusar, who is the General Director for the NEN region, where we are located right now.
Yesterday, we have been to visit a project. Sometimes small activities can help to transform the rural societies. We have seen like Goutte à Goutte, drop, je sais pas comment dire drip irrigation. Drip irrigation has a society. We were there. Well, they had it was an arid land. They were facing, drought, and the mountains, the melting. Sorry, I'm tired. The melting snow from the mountains were stopping in summer. They would not have any irrigation. So, with our system brought also with our and financing, we were able to grow more olives throughout the year. They then they brought new varieties, diversification of crops. This was so through that, settled back in their regions, not thinking about migration. Here in Morocco, for example, I can tell you that young people in Morocco are willing to migrate 5 times more than others in other regions. So there is a good incentive. Also, thanks to the support of ASAP in other countries, we have to give a voice to them by giving them access to funds and technologies. So the financing that we receive for ASAP helps us to transform the rural societies by at different levels. But also one very important element is the sustainability of cities. If you don't have this climate change, this environment dimension, what we have just a drought or a flood will vanish in vain. So I think it's very important to mention that. In this region, on the region, you show lots of food, and when we started this initiative, I think it was started in Morocco. Yes? Yes. And it was to show concretely how with such small things and through food we can convey the message more simply and more forcefully. And this is also thanks to Brian and his team. When he started, we thought it was a crazy idea. Now I can say that. Maybe I can also accompany the process. With the Italian Michelin star presenter chef Carlo Cracco. He's not here this year, right? We cooked Somner Kako and to raise awareness of the impact of on rice paddies in Cambodia. And
briefly, for those of you who don't know Amal, and Amal is a name in Arabic that we can name a man and a woman, the two genders, and it means hope. Women with difficulties, and the purpose of for a job in the food industry, and among these girls are the concerts of America, and when I say learn, that means they learn everything that has a relationship to restaurant and hospitality service. So from cleaning to serving to learning foreign languages so they can communicate, and also to have basic cooking and communication skills. So doing them for 6 months, they're taking care of it because they don't have any income, and that's the main criteria. And plus, we look for age and we look for certain things, but mostly people who don't have any income or very low income. They get in, they're taking care of for 6 months, so they don't pay for lodging or even uniform. For them, so we give them a platform where they can use their skills and learn and advance. We like the Amal, and to find independence. Independence here for women is very important. So this is what we've been doing for because there is a need, and this is a model that can be adapted to each region to consider
and I work for the
International Fund for Agricultural Development.
And I'm Chris Nelson. I work also in the International Fund for Agricultural Development in communications.
What are you trying to do as a group?
We are trying to ensure that the 500 million families of smallholders in the world are able to improve their quality of life, are able to have the same opportunities and the ability to have their future in their own hands. Well, smallholders depend on the land and features, and they require to adapt to climate change. They are extremely vulnerable to climate change, and they are very poor. So our objective is to really help them be more resilient, be able to cope with the shocks, with the droughts, with the excessive salinization, with the changes in temperature, in the problems. So basically what we are trying to do is make sure that they know what are the best crops or the best seasons to plant those crops.
So do you go into the area and just pick on the very first person you see and say, "I've got a problem"?
No, not really.
No. I mean, IFAD's been doing this for quite a while, since the 70s. So there's very, I would say, deep ties. Some of our experts, they've been working in these areas, they know them quite well. So what we've been doing recently now is we have this of climate funds, public funds. We're trying to use some of that climate money now to direct it to small farming systems and try and, as Margaret was alluding to, make sure they're not undermining their natural resource base, that they're able to produce sustainably. So at the end of the day, they don't rely, excessively on farming inputs, or just that their livelihoods are viable and they're not vulnerable to outside stresses or climate shocks.
You go in there and find that the people are starving.
In some cases, yes. In Francis, we have this project that we started in 2012. There was a serious famine in the dry season. They got hit very hard with the 2015-2016 El Nino. So in southern Mozambique, they get hit hard with drought and they get hit hard with flood. So what we've been trying to do there is basically give them a drought cassava. It's a very popular crop that they're growing there. So they can weather that drought, and also for the livestock herders, that they have more veterinary services, that they can tend to their herds so they have less mortality when those droughts come. To give you one example where really is, it's a pretty dire situation.
Yes, I think many soils in the world require some kind of fertilizers, but we have made a lot of progress in organic agriculture as well, and using the same fertilizers that they themselves generate. So, one of the areas in which we are working with is with the research institutions to try to make sure that the amount of fertilizer required is the right amount and is the right concentration of the different components. Because part of the problem we had is that when the smallholders don't know how much and what they need, they use everything, whatever they sell to them. So now we are working with the ICRAF in Kenya to test the soil type and match that with the kind of crop they want to plant, and then decide for that type of soil what is the ideal combination of input that you need to really rationalize the amount of inputs they are requiring. So we are making progress. You need more than others, and it depends a lot in the state of your soil. So they're also working on conservation agriculture. takes time and it's not easy because there have been so many years of overexploiting the soils with no management that it requires also patience.
They also have quite a habit of keeping the ground swept.
Exactly.
Which is, of course, very hard to stop them from doing. But I try to teach them that too.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do in conservation agriculture, because we cover the soil as much as possible. Sort of, they are growing, they are feeding their livestock, and then the rest is being used to cover the soil and make sure that we can keep the humidity.
Do they make their own fertilizer?
In some cases they do, in some others no. So it's also part of the process, and the advantage of working with cooperatives, with small groups of organized farmers, because then the they can share the equipment, they can share the tasks of preparing the fertilizers, or for example they have one tractor that they share between 3 communities. So then there is no need or expectation to have one per family, because it's really impossible for them to afford it.
You actually go to the south, Margarita?
Yes.
Yesterday, no?
Yes, yesterday. It's a great experience because it helps you remember why you are doing what you are doing. When you really see the difference, when you talk, for example, in Uganda, when some women in one of our projects with the house, and your project has helped us reduce home violence.
What violence?
Home violence, men violence, gender violence. What does our project have anything? Why does the project has an impact on violence? I couldn't understand the link. We're helping them to have these pigs, because they in Uganda consume a lot of pork, and we are helping them to process the pigs in the right way, in a hygienic manner, in this slaughterhouse, but also produce energy through biogas. But one of the impacts of the project is that now the women are making money, and the women have organized themselves, and then they have established a common bank, a women's bank, and each of them has to contribute every month to this bank. But they are also now paying for the school fees, for the food, and for the clothing. So men have stopped hitting them because they need them to be able to work and take care of the pigs. So our project, which is dealing with agriculture and empowering women, has not only the impact of their livelihoods and the way of contributing to the family economy, but also socially it has had a huge impact. And they say now they need our money because they get drunk on Fridays, and then of course they have to come very calm on Saturday to ask if we could give them some money for the because they know we have the money, but that's why we have it in this bank, so that they cannot take the money just from us to spend it again drinking. So we can have control on where our money is going to.
Isn't it terrible that it takes that to make them stop hitting them?
Well, men are really brutish creatures, and I can say that with a bit of guilt, but of course.
See what I'm saying? A lot of men are absolutely shocked by the idea of men who hit women.
I'll tell you what, I actually saw a project in Senegal last year. This was in Kaolack, the province of Kaolack. We had IFAD had supported a women's group called Sisters United. This is a group of women in the village, and they were reclaiming land. Just kind of had been degraded over time because of livestock trampling over there. So it's a conventional breeding of seeds. So it's a short, it's harvest quickly within 60 days, and they can harvest this rice. And so they had totally taken over this land from villagers who were men. And at first, they came over, they thought this land was worthless. Then village elders started to see how they were able to produce, and they were doing quite well with it. And then it became a bit of a polemic. How are we going to ourselves? You guys are being quite successful. So in the end, the women were able to retain that land, and they're doing very well. But you could see that dynamic kind of come into play, that the elders are all men, and there is that dynamic.
Is there anything else you would like to say?
Well, that when we invest in women, we are investing in the future, because women have as a priority their children, and when they have savings, they invest them in education for the future. So we need to make an effort to ensure that women have better opportunities, have better access to land and to financing. They have no right to own the land, even if they work the land, and they have no access to the financial system, to the banks or to the credit. So we really have to make an effort to help all these women around the world that want a better life for all the young generations.
Yeah, I think that you'll never achieve social justice, real social justice, if you're marginalizing 50% of the population. In some cases, women represent more than 50% of the agricultural labor. So I think that's absolutely what you're talking about. If you're talking about, trying to make the environment more sustainable, if you're trying to make it more economically involving women, that's for sure. Beyond that, IFAD's been moving in the last 5 years or so towards really climate resilient outlook. We can do development responsibly anywhere without really considering what are going to be the future climate trends. Because you just don't know. You don't want that money you invest today to be wasted by changing climatic trends in the future.
Ladluni, General Manager in Marrakesh, and what we do is we find jobs for ladies with difficulties. Find them internships and later on work. The idea is to make them independent. The way we do it is we train them in the culinary arts, so how to serve in a restaurant environment, and the training covers many stations of the kitchen, so they need to know basically a bit of everything in the kitchen to have a multifaceted training and be able to integrate any kind of kitchen, be it in a hotel or a restaurant. So far we've had 118 ladies go through our program. 93% of the training got a job afterwards. So we're very proud of what we do, and we're looking forward to keep working and helping women, giving them explore their own themselves and develop their personalities and move forward.
Wow, that's a wonderful. This was your establishment that did this work. We had
And I'm not the general manager. The idea comes from Nora Fitzgerald, and she's American, Moroccan, double nationality. She's actually who started the idea. She's still our founding president, and we're just like a team working behind her to keep this whole operation working.
Is that her?
That's her mom who yeah. Her mom loves me.
Waiting, it would take longer.
Has to go, I think.
About a few minutes each to give overview questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naoki Yamaguchi from Japan. I'm going to talk about the importance of the so-called facilitative dialogue in 2018. Let me start from the we all know that agreement is a provides good framework, but the NDCs are not really great. I mean, NDCs are not really great at this moment. A good framework for this, which is the 5-year improvement, and the first of that comes in 2018, and that is called the facilitative dialogue, where talk of the towards the long-term target expressed in and that information for the next preparation of the NDCs happen between 2009 and 2030. So we need to have the problem is, COP22 here hasn't been discussed this issue so far because it doesn't have any official agenda item. We need to have a conversation because the paragraph in the COP21 decision from last year on this particular issue only has one paragraph, and one paragraph is not enough to have a meaningful dialogue. We have a risk of having just another talk shop in 2018. And if we cannot have anything more than that, that's going to be a failure. So we need to make sure before we get to the 2018, we're going to have a meaningful discussion about how this 2018 facilitative dialogue should be done. And for that purpose, this COP is also important. And we have seen there are two good signs about it. Small island states have been proposing to have this issue at this COP. So that's a good sign. And also, I think some of you have seen the presidency proposal about the possible COP and the CMP1 decision includes actually 1.9, which talks about the facilitative dialogue in 2018. So there is some conversation going on about the facilitative dialogue. So we expect that the serious